Hello guys, if anyone's in chat, we're getting started. One moment, I will run a poll in chat. Okay, hopefully my stream has not dropped. I created a poll asking what would be a suitable time for you to watch a stream live. For now only iPatch is in chat, hopefully more will join soon and will participate in this poll. I will leave it for throughout the stream, I guess. It's in Greenwich Mean Time zone. Take it into consideration. It's not CST or CET. At the moment, I think it's 15 GMT. Let me check. Yeah, right now it's 15 GMT. Okay. First game for today's stream will be Venom versus Charlie. To get things started in Expert Clash Part 18 for Dawn of War Vanilla, patch 1.2. And there will be playing on Tainted pair. In the top left position of the map, to you Venom. I have covered at least one game from Venom in one of the previous streams. Playing Eldar here versus Charlie in the lower right. One moment. Okay, a few people have voted, thank you very much. So 17 GMT would mean I have to start the stream 3 hours later. Probably would be too late for me. But I will try to adjust, depends on how the others will vote. Charlie doing a standard opening here, always banner and generator, 2 Slugger boy squads, and probably a big mech is on the way.
Guardian squad ready.
What needs to be done?
The Farseer is out here. No fast warp spiders, thankfully. And only 2 squads of guardians. The mech is here and Charlie is ready to fight that Farseer. Venom, however, does not want to fight the mech. He will only cast the Mind War on the mech, well done, and will be looking for Gretchens probably, or maybe Slugger Boys to cast that Psychic Storm. Will be running around the map for now.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
I sense the enemy. They are closing in.
What do you
I
want?
knew you would have need of me. The enemy cannot hide from my sight.
Strike quickly.
Warp Spider squad out. I like it this time from Venom. Most other Eldar players, which I have observed in the series, would very often start with Warp Spiders first, a very risky start. I just missed how a squad of Warp Spiders killed an entire Slugger Boy squad in there. They had the Farseer's guidance on them, dealing more damage. And so Charlie lost a squad of Slugger Boys here on this point. Good job by the Eldar. This is what he sees. Takes the map very quickly, I like that. Charlie not producing much infantry for now, only the mech lurking around the map, looking for some targets to deal the damage. Can't find those guardians yet. A second squad of Warp Spiders out here for Venom. And he's gonna take that relic on the top side of the map.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Bad placement here on the war banner, too close to heavy covers, also some negative cover around here. Should have been placed in here, preferably behind the pile of guns in the LP2. Charlie's mech in danger now, being focused by both Farseer and Warp Spiders. Charlie has to jump back, he's done basically 0 damage and lost half HP for nothing. If anyone's watching live and has the chat open in front of PC, feel free to have a discussion. 3 squads of Warp Spiders here. And tier 2 on the way now for Venom, on a very good economy for the 5th minute. Controls more than half of the map, I believe. Well, controls his half of the map, and will take the relic soon. Pretty much the same for Charlie, equal map control. He doesn't take a relic yet, however, but he's got some listening posts upgraded, I believe.
Something. I got that good.
A squad of boys left alive here for Charlie. He's adding the Nob later, will need that for sure. And he also produced a squad of Storm boys, adds a Nob to the squad. Without the Nobs you cannot fight Warp Spiders, so Charlie has to add them. They simply would die too fast without the Nobs. The Guardians are here, focused by 2 banners and an LP2. Getting killed quickly. Venom doesn't even look in there, he's busy on this other side, fighting Charlie. Charlie decided to engage, I'm not sure if he's got enough, but he manages to kill Venom's Farseer, well done with that. Not the best micro in here from Charlie. He could have tied up all of the Warp Spiders at once with 4 close combat units. Received too much damage. Thankfully he killed that Farseer at least. 110 to 30 income now for Venom. 116 to 20 for Charlie. Pretty much equal economy. The mech shop has been placed there for Charlie. Hopefully the grenades on the Warp Spiders are not researched yet, otherwise the vehicles... One vehicle at least will not be able to change anything in here. Charlie pushing him hard, wants to keep Venom busy, maybe force him to make a mistake. Another mind war absorbed by the mech. He goes red, probably will even die here. Probably the heavy cover saved him. In the heavy cover, the mech probably receives less damage from the mind war. I am not sure on that. However, Storm Boys keep chasing those warp spiders. Venom is very busy, doing his best, keeping those squads alive. Pretty good micro, I have to say. Has not lost a single squad yet, still 3 or 4 squads of warp spiders alive. Does a good job with the micro. Here comes the first war truck. And a full Farseer is out, the mech has been killed. A very bad build up in here from Charlie. He's gonna lose most of his infantry in this fight, he won't even retreat. Jumps with the last Storm Boy squad. After he's lost most of the squads already, too late. Should have retreated faster. As soon as the mech dies, Ork can't really fight. Only a war truck left. The war truck has been destroyed by the grenades, probably.
We know to move quickly.
4 squads of warp spiders in here from Venom.
How can I help?
Still up. I love the fact that he does not reinforce, doesn't rush with reinforcements on the warp spiders. He has to prioritize some bright lenses and perhaps even tier 3 before he starts the warp spider reinforcement. Good job with that. 2 bright lenses out now, prepares for the incoming war track mass. By the look of it, that's exactly what Charlie is gonna do, from what I can see here. A 5th generator has been placed by Venom. What he could have done also, instead of building all these generators separately, they cost a lot more when you build them separately. You could have invested a bit more requisition and build one big generator in tier 1. Now this is why I mentioned this is a bad outpost here for the Orks. All the Ork buildings can be outranged by the bright lenses. They get easily destroyed by the bright lenses in range. 3 bright lenses took down a generator and a war banner in less than 10 seconds. And we'll even take this mech shop now, apparently. The worst thing is Charlie can't do anything about that. He can't even tie up those bright lenses in close combat to stop them from dealing damage. Really sad. He decides to go in. Some grenades are being thrown by Venom in those war tracks. Good job. Now Venom does it really well against this Ork playstyle. Maverick and Insane struggled a lot more against such a build from Orks. A more solid execution, I would say, from Venom. Very good micro and good timing on the bright lenses to get them out, getting prepared for the incoming Ork vehicles attack. And Charlie has been countered. I don't see now how he can make a comeback. Charlie's build has been countered perfectly, almost looked desperate. He definitely doesn't like that. I do think Venom showed a very solid game, however. Very good micro in the fights with the Storm Boys and Slugger Boys. kept dancing and running from those storm boys until he outnumbered the Orks. Charlie's micro could have been better. Thank you all who voted in the poll. Keep doing that. I will not end it yet. Let it stay for the entire stream, maybe. I will try to adjust the timing when I start the streams. So maybe more of you can watch it live. Not much work can do in this game now. What we have seen basically is how Eldar can easily counter the nob leaders on the squads on Ork and the war track or war truck mass. This is desperation. A really tough matchup for Ork, I think. Space Marines, Chaos don't struggle as much, I'd say. At least their buildings aren't so squishy. Can resist a bit of damage from the bright lances. The last attempt here from Charlie to try and do something. He produced a ton of storm boys, wants to tie up the warp spiders in close combat. He probably didn't even have the nob leaders on all of them, and he lost again most of his units. Five squads of warp spiders and 4 bright lances. That's all Eldar needs probably to deal with an Ork. And some nice micro, of course, good timing also. If you do this build too slowly, a Ork probably can kill you earlier. By the end, Venom hits tier 3 and builds a support portal. I'd like some feedback on the sound also, if possible. I have reduced the volume on the microphone, but I keep it closer to my mouth. It still should be fine. Pretty one-sided after mid-game. Early game was okay. As soon as a bunch of warp spiders showed up and some bright lances, Ork couldn't do anything. Maybe big shooter mass might have worked against that instead of storm boys. Okay, we'll prepare the next game. Will be Texta versus OryO. Thank you, Martin. Daniel Gordon asking what is the mod. This is no mod. It's Dawn of War vanilla. No mods. Okay, next game, the second one on Blood River in the top right. This is OryO playing Orks. Probably my favorite work so far in vanilla. Plays versus Texta's Eldar. We have seen Texta's Space Marines in the previous series. Now Texta is gonna play Eldar. 2 squads of Guardians out, 3 squads of Guardians. And probably Farseer will follow.
Sod off! Sod off!
From OryO, 3 squads of Slugga boys, both players starting up with 3 capping squads. Both of them getting the points quickly, no harass yet. The mech is out. No generator, by the way, from the work. If you open with 3 Slugga boys, you don't have enough for a generator. Actually 4 Slugga boys. That's interesting now. We do not see that very often. Even when Charlie goes for all in, he starts with 2 fast war banners. From OryO, however, it's different. Only 1 war banner and 4 squads of Slugga boys, and now he sends the mech and all Slugga boys squads into the Eldar's base. This is interesting. High road kill. Now OryO in here is gonna force the Eldar to micro, a very good thing to do versus Eldar. Don't let them chill in the early game and even mid game. You have to preferably put some pressure on them. If the Eldar player will be forced to micro, it's more likely that he's gonna commit some mistakes, and the chances of you winning are much higher. But you also have to make sure your micro is good and you do not mess up and lose too much. If you want to apply some pressure on Eldar, looks like OryO is going for exactly that. He even brings the Gretchens here and will tie up all the Eldar squads in close combat. Forces Texta to micro. The mech in here with the boys trying to take down an LP2. It's getting repaired now by the Bone Singers. OryO sees that and is gonna kill those Bone Singers. Good focus for now from the work. Looks like the Eldar will probably manage to deal with this work rush. Very good micro from Texta, I must say. Only 2 squads of Slugga boys left alive for OryO. That's not good. This attack at the start for OryO will likely fail, thanks to Texta's micro. Very well done. Now I am impressed a bit. Using Fleet of Foot properly, disabling it whenever he has to deal the damage. Very well done by Texta. In the meantime at home, OryO builds 2 more war banners. OryO losing most of his boys in this attack. He did not kill nearly as much. That's one thing just I've mentioned. If you want to put some pressure on the Eldar, make sure you do not lose too much. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to OryO. He wanted to almost all in the Eldar and he failed. Can't really do all in when the Eldar can micro. If you see that the Eldar is in a good mood, very sober and can micro, you probably better retreat right away. You won't manage to do any damage. You have to test him, however. Even the mech is gonna die now, gets hit in the back by the Farseer's staff and dies. 68 to 20. 74 to 20 economy now for OryO. He loses everything. No idea how he's gonna make a comeback, but he will stay in the game. This is far from over. Texta will not counterattack right away. Can't really do counterattacks into the work buildings with Guardians alone. Let alone the Farseer, she's terrible in range. Good usage of the Mind War now on the Slugger boys, will probably kill the squad. Yeah, very well done early game by Eldar here. A second generator has been placed. And only now at the 6th minute a first squad of warp spiders appear, showing up on the map. Pilo guns placed by OryO. Yeah, if the Eldar decides to go into the work base, he cannot do anything. With Guardians and Farseer, the LP2s will deal a ton of damage. Also very well positioned Pilo guns and war banners. His points are covered properly. And he transitions into vehicles, no more infantry. He thought, I have lost all the boys, I've lost the big mech, I will not make any upgrades on the boys. So he decides to just go for vehicles instead. Probably the most suitable choice in this case. Eldar not on the way to tier 2 yet, he will not have anti-vehicle unless he makes a bunch of warp spiders with grenades. A third generator has been placed by OryO. A fourth generator. And some tracks on the way, probably a new mech is out. Good map control by the Eldar, taking now the critical locations and controls 2 relics already. 3 squads of Guardians still up and running, and 2 squads of Warp Spiders. That means a delayed tier 2. No tier 2 by Texta, he should have built it by now. Has enough resources. Good luck now dealing with a war truck. The mech absorbs that Mind War once again. Texta will chase it with his Guardians and Farseer. OryO sends the first war truck into the Eldar base, and he also brings a squad of Gretchens in here to repair the war truck. Well done. A second war truck out. Good bank on the work, he can afford massing these war trucks and keep building those generators. Keep this pressure going, and what work can also do now is try to look for the bone singers around the map and do not allow them to build a soul shrine. It's almost finished in here for Texta. A good position for the soul shrine. Still no anti-vehicle. A generator is being taken down, 2 of them at once in fact. No power for the Eldar. Good harass on economy here for OryO. The grenades have been researched on the warp spiders. 1 war truck gets destroyed. A new one comes out. Well, it's much better to absorb those warp spider grenades with the war trucks compared to the orc buildings. It's better if you lose a war truck than an orc building like a pile of guns from 2 grenades or even an LP2.
5 minutes until take and hold victory.
Only war trucks from now keep getting out from OryO. I assume the grenades from the warp spiders now are on cooldown. No more grenades. Very good harass from OryO. I'm surprised by this high damage on the LP2s from the war trucks. Very high damage to buildings. The work has done a ton of damage with these war trucks now. The war truck rush was a very good idea. Very well done. A ton of economy damage has been done. He will simply ignore this Eldar infantry. Destroyed 2 or 3 generators and 2 LP2s, that's huge. From OryO. His economy, however, is not so good, I see. Still 92 to 40, has to be upgraded slowly. And Texta now floating over 1k on requisition, he's under pressure. This is what happens when you pressure the Eldar. They will start either floating or committing mistakes if you keep them busy with micro. If you harass them from many sides, you will confuse them, and that's one counter for the Eldar that you can think of. More and more LP2s being destroyed. Texta lost himself, doesn't know what to do, from what I can see. Very slow with the decisions. 92 to 10 now. Eldar's economy gets worse and worse. A squad of Storm Boys has also been produced by OryO. Wanted to capture a critical location on the left. He thought it will take ages until he captures it and stopped capturing that position. Now maybe we'll go and decap those points in the Eldar base instead. Looks like that's what he wants to do. Will not risk too many firepower in here, too much firepower. Fifth generator gets placed. The economy on work has been the same for around 5 minutes now. Didn't improve at all. Another 2 war trucks attacking another Eldar outpost, a very good one in here. Also, I love the fact that OryO targets those web-bay gates. He wants to make sure the bright lenses will not get out. Very smart play in here from OryO once again. If he takes down the web-bay gates, all that the Eldar will have to fight the war trucks will be these warp spider grenades, nothing else. Genius move from OryO. He even sends the Gretchens to scout. He keeps looking for those web-bay gates, I'm assuming. Let me see what he sees. He sees another one here. He doesn't see the finished one yet. 3 war trucks. Another grenade in here. Destroyed that one. A new mech is out. More generators getting destroyed. He also produces those Gretchens non-stop. Wants to keep them close to the war trucks and repair at all times. Now both of them have to get rid of these floats somehow. Both of them floated a bit. A bunch of warp spiders getting close to the war trucks. OryO will not fight the warp spiders. He will not waste time on that. Instead, he will just go and destroy those gates. 3 web-bay gates now in here. Mech, even the mech will focus the gates. I am surprised by how fast they go down. 1000 HP, but they get destroyed really quick. Hi Kelly. There are no fire dragons in Dawn of War 1 vanilla. I think they only were introduced in Winter Assault. No fire dragons here. All that the Eldar has as anti-vehicle are the grenades on the warp spiders in tier 1, and in tier 2 the bright lenses from the web-bay gates. OryO in this case, OryO's goal until now is to take down the web-bay gates, from what I see. He doesn't even care of all that about all that Eldar infantry. If he can take down the webway gates, the Eldar cannot produce Brightlens platforms, which means he would have no anti-vehicle units. However, Eldar can still take down the war trucks with the grenades from the warp spiders. Hi, Pierre. 3 Stormboy squads out from OryO, 4 Stormboy squads. Man, this is insane. Now that's not a good attack in here, has to be planned properly. Terribly outnumbered in here, bad move in there by OryO. He had to wait for the mech, wait for all the boys and vehicles, and maybe engage with all the units at once. No need to attack with the squads one by one. Good question, Pierre. He said he's got a new job and cannot watch me live now. Well, maybe he will watch, will join later or watch this in the recording. I don't mind. Economy getting better here for OryO, 101 to 50, 90 to 10. Huge infantry size here for Texta. It's the first time I see such a huge Eldar army, and all that are tier 1 Eldar units. However, they most likely have the tier 2 upgrade by now, so it's a scary army still. Even if these are tier 1 units here in vanilla, OryO is appalled probably by this army size. And I'm not sure what he can do to stop it. The warp spiders in such huge numbers can easily take down the war trucks. He doesn't even need those webway gates. He's got enough grenades on the warp spiders. Ridiculous damage from those grenades, very high damage in buildings and vehicles. The LP2 gets destroyed, the pile of guns goes down, a generator goes down, and it looks very much like the end of work. Still a pretty good showing here, I'd say, from both sides. A very good micro early game from Texta. Survives the Orks all in. Good plan in the mid game from OryO to transition into trucks and try to take down Eldar buildings, Eldar's economy. That was not enough to stop Texta. Oh, tier 3 up for OryO. Now this could change things, and his economy is still not so bad. 99 to 39, not a bad economy. Eldar's economy is in fact lower. Now with these tier 3 units and this bunch of war tracks, makes me thinking, what if OryO can make a comeback? It's unlikely that he will manage to do a comeback with vehicles alone, but if he starts producing the knobs, get some mad dogs out, the war boss, warp spiders do not deal damage, don't deal enough damage to those sort of units like knobs and commanders. So maybe they will help OryO win this game. Storm Boys are also obsolete at this point. OryO needs knobs and war boss, big mech. With that support, the war tracks will feel much better also. Full vehicle cap now on Orks 6 war tracks. Probably Texta won't have enough grenades to take all of them down. He will take 3-4 war tracks down, the other ones will probably survive. And that will be a problem for Texta. He still does not have bright lenses out, although he had more than enough time to produce them. Interesting. OryO keeps moving around the map, harassing the Eldar's base with those war tracks. A good job with this harass. Almost harassing non-stop all game long. Here goes Texta, getting closer to the Orks base. A mech is out. Sadly no war boss and no knobs. Well, even if the knobs get out, I think Texta can still upgrade the Guardians, upgrade the Warlocks, and stun those squads. Won't be a big threat. A bit of a base trade in here. Finally the war boss is out. He got inside the boy's hut and is waiting there, got afraid of the Eldar, doesn't want to help the boys. One of the problems, one of the mistakes OryO has done in this game, he did not use his infantry all at once in fights. He keeps sending units one by one into the fight. Full HP on the war boss, 4 war tracks, 5 war tracks now alive, and a 70 to 26 income, a pretty good bank on power in there for work, even bigger for Texta. However, he cannot use the power without the support portal. Even with this army now, it feels like OryO can win. Seriously, the war boss cannot be stopped. Sadly, the mech has been killed. I hope a new one is coming out. The war boss cannot be killed by the warp spiders. Warp spiders have very low DPS to commanders and heavy infantry. So OryO still has good chances to win this. It's not clear yet who's gonna win, but it looks starts to look very bad for Texta now. This was a very crazy close 1v1, probably the most close game I've seen so far in vanilla. Up until this point it wasn't clear who wins. Texta gives up. I thought with that huge mass of warp spiders and guardians he's gonna win for sure. Apparently no way. The war boss can't be killed and the war tracks keep coming out. Very well done once again by OryO. A very entertaining 1v1 game. I hope you guys enjoyed it also. Much better than the first one. In the previous game we saw how easy it is for the Eldar to win Orks when you do everything perfectly, on a good timing, combine warp spiders with bright lenses. In this game we see what happens when the Ork actually doesn't just sit and fight on the battlefield with the Eldar army, but does some economy damage and some non-stop harass, overwhelming the Eldar from all sides and forcing him to make mistakes. That's another level in here. From Ork. Very well done. Okay, let me prepare the next game. It's gonna be Texta versus Silverstar. Silverstar, a new Space Marine player joining Expert Clash series. A Space Marine mirror, perhaps. That's right. In the previous stream we had a very close Space Marine mirror on Meeting of Minds also. Hoping for another good one in here. Again, feel free to have a chat, guys, don't just sit silently, and let me know what you think about the games. Feel free to discuss the games in the chat. Four scouts opening from both sides. Well done. Both of them aiming for fast map control. No rush, no harass for now. And I think that's better like that, when you focus on fast map control rather than sending scouts and harass. It's always safer to just get the map faster, secure your map quick, than just going on harass and relying on your opponent committing some micro mistakes or bad decisions. If you feel super confident, however, that you will do a good job with the scouts early game, you probably should try harassing also. Hi Shagaft, good luck with the studies. Yeah, might be Pierre.
What would you have me do?
Both are very smart, however. Both cats and dogs. The harassing here begins from Silverstar. Sends 3 squads of scouts towards Texta's base. Will not sit in here for too long. The Space Marines are out. Tactical Marine squads can easily deal with the scouts. Silverstar decides to retreat. Better go and take those critical locations now. He builds the listening posts with 2 servitors at once. So he did not place the other 2 LPs yet. No free servitors for that anyway. Only 1 servitor from Texta, I see. He didn't invest in a second servitor. Very interesting.
Fear denies faith. This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium. For the Emperor.
Texta thinks he is ready and sends his infantry towards his opponent's base. Silverstar completely out of position, not being able to fight on this side in there. He's also doing the same and goes into Texta's base, and this might end up into a base trade now. It won't take too long for the players to get to the other end of the map and fight. So they will definitely go for a base trade in this case. Both of them with the same unit types even. Heavy focus by Silverstar into Texta's barracks, and the same is being done by Texta now here in his opponent's base. He sends the tactical Space Marines in close combat. They deal more damage in close combat, slightly higher damage to buildings. And now we're gonna see which one will lose the stronghold first. Feels very much like Texta will be the one to lose the strongholds in the first place. Does he even have another servitor? That's right. He sends it to his opponent's base. Silverstar with 2 servitors alive builds a turret. Probably will be rebuilding in here. Instead of taking down the stronghold from Silverstar, Texta will aim the listening posts and recapture them, rebuild on this side probably. Half HP down here on Texta's HQ. On this side, Texta already captures the second point from his opponent and rebuilds the chapel barracks. That means he will not be annihilated when his stronghold will go down. Getting prepared.
Victory countdown has begun.
Texta reinforcing the scouts in here almost to full. Full squads on 2 scouts. 3 full scout squads now. He's gonna lose the stronghold soon. And I think Texta's economy will be higher. Even if he loses the HQ first, his economy is gonna be higher because he's taking the points from his opponent's side, getting a 4th point now, while Silverstar doesn't do that. He kept all of his infantry busy taking down that stronghold. That took about 2 minutes in here to take it down. Good job in here from Silverstar. He actually wants to protect these generators. They also have to be taken down in Dawn of War Vanilla. If you want to annihilate your opponent, you have to also destroy the generators, not only the production buildings. Texta now rebuilding on his opponent's side, places a stronghold. Silverstar on the other hand does not want to fight. He will go and take down Texta's points. This is a crazy mirror matchup. One of the most unorthodox games I've seen in Space Marine Mirror. No fighting against each other at all, just pure base trading. I wonder who's gonna come on top in the end. Pretty good bank for Silverstar to rebuild. He can rebuild an HQ. However, his economy suffers. 90-0 for Texta, 18-20 for Silverstar. Finally, Silverstar placing his stronghold here. What he should have done during this time is keep his infantry in here and take down Texta's LPs. He should have captured this side of the map, just like Texta did on this left-hand side. No idea yet who's gonna win. However, one thing's for certain, Texta can sustain the next fight. He's got a huge bank on requisition, meaning he can reinforce the squads when the battle begins and both of them start losing units. Texta can reinforce while Silverstar can't. With this income, the fight is not gonna be sustainable for him, so it's about time he should be getting in here and capture those points. Preferably also build the listening posts. Stronghold almost finished here, and Texta can even go tier 2 when he builds a generator. We'll build it. He also needs more servitors. Only scouts in here for now from Silverstar. The scouts alone will take forever to take down LPs, so he has to also bring the tactical marines. 3 turrets in here and an LP2 probably won't be enough to defend the stronghold for 2-3 minutes maybe. Texta's got a huge mass of tier 1 infantry here. Assuming he's on his way to tier 2 now. One point only has been captured for now by Silverstar. I would say Texta's game knowledge and macro game was superior. He's been much faster with these important decisions. He acted much faster with controlling the enemy points, taking them and building up those LPs. While Silverstar only now realized towards the 10th minute that this is important to have a good economy up. Builds the armory now, good job, his economy getting better now. Better later than never, that's right. Interesting placement for the armory, almost on top of this mountain. If Texta to get in here and try to take down Silverstar, he will probably go through the middle and attack from this position from the right towards the left in the heavy cover, so he will receive less damage from the turrets and LP2 if he sits in the heavy cover. Looks like that's exactly what he will do. Economy almost equal now, slightly better for Silverstar.
What would you have me do?
74 to 20. Now Silverstar's economy gets better. Texta's economy 68 to 20. Got worse because he lost the points on this right hand side of the map. Tier 2 up.
Scouts ready.
One huge problem for Silverstar, he doesn't have enough army. He's also tier 2 now, but he needs a bigger infantry size. Or maybe vehicles. He's gonna build the machine cult now.
Victory countdown has begun.
While Texta cannot afford it. Now some dreadnoughts or Hellfire dreadnoughts could change things towards Silverstar's favor. Look at this huge army size from Texta. Now Silverstar sees that and he has to prepare. It's mostly anti-infantry here from Texta. That means he can start massing up those Hellfire Dreadnoughts. No chances for Silverstar's infantry in this fight. He will sit back and wait for now. Not ready yet. He's probably gonna lose the barracks and even the stronghold by the time he can go in and engage. He needs vehicles desperately. Something's getting out of that machine cult now. No idea what yet. Texta getting closer with a squad of snipers. Good focus from the turrets and now plasma guns. Even good positioning from Silverstar's units staying behind the turrets and LP2. Texta engaging from the right hand side towards the left, exactly as I've predicted. I do not watch these games before the streams, I never do that, so I have only guessed. A Hellfire Dreadnought got out, no anti-vehicle yet for Texta to take it down. He's only got the Force Commander who can deal some damage to that Dreadnought. And looks like Texta's gonna be victorious in this fight. GG gets called by Silverstar. Not a bad game at all. A pretty non-standard action-packed 1v1. A lot of base trading and only one brutal slaughter in the end. Texta having the numbers and coming on top. Since Silverstar quits ahead of time, it shows a equal score on units killed. However, the fight has been heavily in Texta's favor. Huge army size, much bigger for Texta, almost more than doubled Silverstar's army size. One critical mistake by Silverstar, he did not get the strategic points from his opponent's side fast enough. He had to act faster with that. He only did that by the 10th minute. Okay, I prepared the next game. I will do a short 2-minute break and then continue. Alright. Next up we'll have Ennui versus Freeman. One battle Marshes. I guess another Space Marine mirror. Freeman. This being a team member of Android's team, Team THE, probably a solid Space Marine player. We'll see him for the first time now in the series. No idea about his level, but it should be good. Another Space Marine mirror on Battle Marshes. No problem with Space Marine mirrors. It's much worse when it's an Eldar mirror, a lot more difficult to observe. We have already seen several games from Ennui. Pretty good Space Marine player. He will keep one squad of scouts idling, probably expecting some scout harass, I assume. The only way I can explain this, them sitting in there. From Freeman, 3 squads of scouts, from what I can see. A squad of tactical marines already out, and the force commander follows, I assume. For Ennui, the force commander is out. No rally points set, by the way, by Ennui. One thing I noticed from this player, he doesn't set the rally points yet. For now, he will keep all 3 scouts that captured the points at home. Another squad of scouts, the 4th one, has been fully reinforced and sent to capture a relic on the right hand side. Pretty much the same being done by Freeman. He sits, idles a bit, builds up those LPs. Only one servitor. I do not like that from Ennui. I didn't like that from Texta in the previous game. I think it's always worth it to get 2 servitors as soon as possible. So if they build the LPs faster, they pay off really quick. Here Ennui's scouts getting badly caught in that corner by a bunch of Freeman's marines. And so Ennui loses a full squad of scouts. His army being completely out of position, he cannot even build the LP in here. He has to return, send his army back home and try to hold this attack. I am not sure if that was a good decision, but yeah, I guess I do not want to see another base trade in this game. Just fight, show some micro fights, show who's the boss in micro, because that's what it is in mirrors mostly. Micro games, decision making, and some luck, of course. Here the force commanders are gonna slaughter each other. Ennui's commander surprisingly is gonna win. He's got a very good engagement here with his squad of tactical marines, and so he manages to take down Freeman's commander first. And he also attaches his commander to a squad of tactical marines. It feels like he's gonna die also. Anyways, Ennui will probably manage to hold this attack now with 3 squads of Space Marines. He's gonna manage and hold Freeman's attack. Very well done. a much stronger army right now from Ennui. His economy, however, is lower. Has to take back this point and a relic ASAP. Oh wait, he's already took the one on the left hand side. Nicely done. A first generator has been placed by Freeman. I assume he doesn't have enough for the Force Commander, or maybe it's on the way now. With the initial power, I think you have enough for 2 Force Commanders. He probably ordered it. Zero income on power for Ennui. He's also building a generator. Will not go for a counter-attack despite winning that fight. Will not risk it. Again, the stream today will be around 3 to 4 hours long, maximum 5. Depends on how long the games will be and how much my voice will last. Usually late in the day, towards the evening, the late evening, it gets really weak. No Force Commanders yet. Finally, it's on the way now for Ennui, and it's out for Freeman also. Previously, Freeman caught a squad of scouts like that. Now it's Ennui's turn. He kills a full squad of scouts. When you do that earlier in the game, it's actually more crucial. So it's not such a big deal now for Freeman, since he's already got all of the points in his base. But he doesn't have a relic, and he lost all the scouts apparently. Builds a 3rd generator. Now this generator rush, I don't really like it. 3 generators and such a low requisition income, not very good. Should be going tier 2 or upgrade some LP2s. Also builds the armory. Problem is the army size. Okay, 1 LP2 has been upgraded here, that's good. Makes use of that power. With this LP2, 2 fully reinforced squads of Marines and a full HP commander, he should be able to defend. And he will. A 3rd generator also built, placed and being built now by Ennui. The armory is up for both players. Both of them can start equipping those flamers or heavy bolters. The bolters have been equipped by Freeman already. He's got a nice range, can sit in here and defend. Ennui is at map control advantage. He can just hold it. There's no need for him to really engage. He doesn't know yet that he's got the map control advantage, but he will just sit in here for now and do nothing. Sometimes the best thing to do is to do nothing. Sit like that and wait for your opponent to do the first move. Then you can adjust. No tier 2 yet for any of the players. A 5th generator placed by Ennui. I am assuming he's on his way to tier 2. If he's building generators like that. Probably wants to transition into a Hellfire Dreadnought mass, perhaps. Hellfire Dreadnought's trending lately in this series. On the 10th minute, Freeman getting that relic now. Produced a new scout squad. And Freeman is also getting out teched. Tier 2 up now for Ennui, building a machine cult. While Freeman didn't even hit tier 2 yet. He is behind. Not a big deal, however, not yet. It doesn't mean anything. It's important that Freeman is tier 2 now and he can add the missile launchers. The missile launchers get equipped really quick on Marines, so he can still produce the anti-vehicle pretty quickly. He also will build the machine cult. None of them will rely on sacred artifacts. Although I think in this case it could be great for Ennui, going for the sacred artifact and fully upgraded Marines. Might have worked when you have so many squads. Both of them actually finishing that machine cult almost at the same time. Very close for now. Ennui's economy at an advantage. He got the map faster, upgraded economy faster. A bunch of LP2s now up. And I like the fact that he does not float yet. Hopefully he keeps it going like that. No floats from any sides. Land speeder out from Freeman. And a skull probe. Will get infiltrated and go for scouting on the map. Gets detected by, I'm not sure what, probably the commander. Land speeder mass from Freeman, a third land speeder out now. No vehicles yet by Ennui. Okay, a standard dreadnought. Interesting thing in here on Ennui, he does not equip any weapons yet. He wants to see what his opponent's unit combination will be. I guess if it will be a scary infantry combination or a bunch of vehicles, he can then make the decision based on that. If it will be too many vehicles, he can add missile launchers. If it will be infantry, he can add plasma. It's actually a bit of both in here, and he's got the snipers on the scouts also, meaning he can deal a ton of damage to those tactical marines. He should also be equipping missile launchers, I think, and deal with those land speeders faster. Goes in with his bunch of marines, full HP commander still there, and a dreadnought. Only the dreadnought in here for now can deal damage to these land speeders. We'll try to follow them, but it's not effective, too slow with that. And Freeman will force Ennui to retreat. Ennui is not ready to face this amount of vehicles from his opponent, and is forced to go back. Good job by Freeman, good holds. More and more land speeders, a fifth land speeders got out. And a Hellfire Dreadnought is there. No proper counter also from Freeman to stop this dreadnought yet. Most of his tactical marines, if not all of them, have been killed, that's right. They have been killed by the plasma on Ennui's squads. Economy getting better here for Freeman. Heavy focus on the dreadnought, gonna take him down. And a new full HP 1 comes in. Huge problems here for Freeman with the anti-vehicle. The missile launchers have been equipped on Ennui's marines. Now he will have enough damage to deal with those speeders. Solid game here for Ennui. Economy very good. 0 float. I like that. He's also the one to take control of the game in his hands, always being the one who engages, as opposed to Freeman sitting and idling, waiting for his opponent's moves. More and more dreadnoughts being produced, the standard ones, no Hellfire dreadnoughts from Ennui. Well done. The dreadnought in Dawn of War 1 actually looks and even the animations are very much like those on Dawn of War 2, now that I say it. The way they hit and perform fatalities. Looks very much like Ennui's got this victory here in the fight, but winning a fight doesn't win you the game, not necessarily, at least not yet. He will fall back for now. Will not get too greedy.
Yes, my lord.
3 squads of marines now out again for Freeman, and 2 squads of scouts. Freeman, seeing that the land speeders and Hellfire dreadnoughts haven't won the day, he switches to production of standard dreadnoughts. Ennui producing non-stop in a tier 2.5, producing both infantry and vehicles. Yeah, that's what you do. If you do not want to float a lot, just produce stuff non-stop until you're fully capped on infantry and vehicle cap, or just tech up. Sometimes massing up like that and attacking all the time is better.
The Emperor protects. On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Still, Freeman playing defensively, not in a hurry to exit his base. Ennui will go for another engagement here in Freeman's base. Has to focus and take down that dreadnought. Don't fight the dreadnought in close combat ever. If you do that, the dreadnought will keep performing those fatalities, and when you deal anti-vehicle damage to the dreadnought, it will receive 0 damage. If you hit him during the fatality performance, he will not get any damage. That's a bit annoying even. Ennui switching production to Hellfire dreadnoughts now. When you've got like 5-6 Hellfire dreadnoughts, they are very good, very high DPS and good accuracy. Still a good unit, also very tanky. And so Freeman ends up in a bad position now. Doesn't have anything to defend himself. A third Hellfire Dreadnought joins the fight. 3 squads of Space Marines with missile launchers. This is gonna take down Freeman's base in about 2 minutes. If Freeman now will just sit and not fight. And he cannot fight. Not with this amount of units. Definitely not enough. I guess Freeman's micro was not sufficient. No idea how he lost all of his tactical marine squads in the first fight. I completely overlooked that. Had to be more active with the micro. And keep the squads alive. This is pretty much over. Ennui gets this win. Let's speed this up a bit. As Freeman is going to overextend. GG gets called finally. And Freeman is gonna lose both the barracks and the stronghold. Freeman losing some points in here, a bit upset. Solid game from ennui once again. Good macro game, good economy, no floats whatsoever, always engaging, playing actively, while Freeman was mostly sitting, trying to defend himself, always at a disadvantage. Cannot win games like that, especially when the fights go on your side of the map, in your base. That's not a good sign. Today's 1v1 games were played in March 2005. And next up we've got SeleCT versus Maverick. 2 top Eldar players back then. Let's get it started. Probably an Eldar mirror. And this is gonna be played on Fallen City. In the left hand side, Maverick Xeno playing Eldar versus SeleCT on the right. This is gonna be Eldar mirror. No double aspect portal this time from SeleCT. It's been a while since we saw games from SeleCT, so he probably adjusted the builds, improved them. He only got better during this time. Finally we're gonna see more games from him, and I guess these are going to be completely another level of playing here.
What is your wish?
Aspect portal and the generator up. 2 guardians. Same opening from a Maverick on the left hand side. A different cap order, however. Good move in here from SeleCT to get this point quickly. It's not a risk. It's very unlikely that the Eldar opponent will send a squad of guardians to decap in here. So getting this quick and maybe the relic afterwards would be very safe. Then this squad can take this point and later on this one. Or maybe this one here. A squad of warp spiders. This is gonna be warp spider mirror. I think I do not like a lot. We have to live with that.
What do you know of war?
Both of them reinforcing the warp spider squads. up to 5 members. Looks like Maverick just missed the enemy Guardian squad. He has to get his warp spiders in here and maybe kill these Guardians of SeleCT. On the other side, SeleCT also struggles and cannot find any enemy squads to kill. This is bad for the warp spiders. Finally Maverick getting in here and probably will kill those Guardians. Very fast reaction from SeleCT, however, he will not lose the Guardians, thankfully. SeleCT is gonna give up on this point and just go and take the points from the other side. They are free to take. Can even take this one. Maybe this squad will take this point, and even the relic will be taken later. The only thing SeleCT could find to deal some damage was this generator, and he probably will take it down. Well done. Generator goes down. Four strategic points under SeleCT's control. A fifth one is getting captured now. For Maverick, only 3 strategic points getting captured, got captured, and now gets the relic also. He's got 2 LP2s upgraded, however, so his economy is as good as SeleCT economy, equal economy for now. Finally Maverick manages to kill a squad of Guardians in here, the first squad of Guardians that died, SeleCT squad. SeleCT places the LP during the decap, probably.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
I am not sure if Maverick actually retreated when he saw these warp spiders, or if SeleCT cancelled the decap, wasn't fast enough to pay attention on that. Not a big deal, however. Both Farseers are here. SeleCT really wants this side of the map. He took all of the points on Maverick's side, 2 listening posts up, and can build it on the relic now as well.
What do you know of war? Command me to build.
$92-10 income now, 92-20 for SeleCT. A second squad of warp spiders is here. He only got it out after fully reinforcing the first squads. From Maverick, 2 squads of warp spiders and 2 squads of Guardians. And a Farseer. He wants to fight back. Would be great for Maverick if he can take down this outpost from SeleCT, take down the generator and LP1 and capture this point later. A third squad of warp spiders gets in here by SeleCT, brings it into the fight. Maverick loses morale on a squad and will have to retreat. The Farseer ties up in close combat the remaining squad, and so Maverick cannot deal any damage until his third squad shows up. He also brings 3 Bone Singers to fight. Both of them are pushing the limits. A solid mirror right here. No floats on the sides. LP2 has been upgraded here for SeleCT. He can fight now under this LP2 24/7. Loses the Farseer. No big deal, I guess. Can switch even to close combat against the enemy warp spiders like that. and the LP2 will deal the damage. Then he can also bring the Bone Singers to repair the LP2 or the generator. And I expect SeleCT to be able to hold this position. 98 to 20 income for Maverick. He's got 3 LP2s upgraded. Feels great even on 3 strategic points only. 4 strategic points. No relic, but he's also got 2 critical locations controlled. Good map vision. Somehow SeleCT in here lost a bunch of warp spiders. Still all 3 squads alive, but he lost a lot of members in each squad. Needs a new Farseer desperately in there. Time for him to run away. A new Farseer is out now, but far away from the fight. Has to wait for the Farseer. Good focus from Maverick here with the guidance from the Farseer. Takes down that LP2 quickly and will also take down the generator finally. He succeeds to take down this outpost from SeleCT. What's that, 4 squad warp spiders or what? From Maverick, either 3 or 4 squads. 3 squads. 1 squad was badly split, however.
Waiting here is perhaps the news of
SeleCT is gonna fight back with his full HP on the Farseer. Maverick's Farseer red HP on about 100 HP now. Decides to retreat and wait for his tier 2. Sit and wait under this LP2 if he doesn't feel comfortable in fighting. Tier 2 already up for SeleCT. He's also controlling 2 critical locations. Economy wise it's about the same now. Only slightly higher on power for Maverick. A very close game so far. As I've said at the start, both of them are top players on Eldar back then. So far both of them have played very well. No critical mistakes were made. A good map control, good economy, no floating whatsoever. A very solid game overall on both sides. Now Maverick sends all of his infantry to the enemy territory, to the enemy side of the map. Even though he controls 2 points in here, it's considered SeleCT's side. He just lost it. Maverick is gonna take down this LP2. The same will be done by SeleCT, seeing that his opponent went on the other end of the map towards the lower right now. SeleCT also will go into his opponent's base. And this might end up in a base trade. Once again, a lot of base trades in these 1v1 games. And sometimes that's the best you can do, unfortunately. It will take ages for SeleCT to get to that side of the map, back to his base. He will lose a minute. By that time his base will be destroyed and it's not worth it getting back home. He will just do a base trade, much better in this case. We'll take down the Soul Shrine, very important building. A Shuriken Cannon gets out for Maverick out of this webway gate. Not more than 1. The gate gets destroyed. And now things are getting interesting. SeleCT also takes the points quickly from his opponent's side as he destroys Maverick's base. 110 to 10 income. Maverick will also try to do the same. Not clear yet who's gonna lose the assembly first. Whoever loses it first is gonna lose 20 income on requisition. That's a pretty big deal. No grenades on the warp spiders, sadly. None of them have researched the grenade upgrade. With the grenades, the assembly would have been destroyed by now. Both of them. SeleCT's problem is Maverick has more warp spiders. Well, at least he had. Now both of them have 4 squads of warp spiders each. The next fight is gonna be a nightmare. Following it. $66 to 30 income now for Maverick. 97 to 30 for SeleCT. SeleCT income remains high, while Maverick is going down. Going down quick.
Until taken hold victory.
A bit of a float in here for SeleCT. He has to rebuild, and he will rebuild the assembly on his opponent's side. We have seen a similar base trade earlier today on Meeting of Minds. In case you missed it, a Space Marine mirror. Maverick also rebuilding the assembly, finally found it in the lower right. Now it is not clear who's gonna win the next fight. However, if this economy will remain low like that for Maverick, he will definitely lose it in the long run. SeleCT's income is simply much better at this point.
All Eldar must answer the call.
So the longer the game goes now, the worse it gets for Maverick. Because he sits on a lower income. Very simple. Looks like the grenades have been upgraded in there. For Maverick, he's gonna take down this LP2. The base trade will continue. None of them went a face-to-face combat. See who's got the better micro. The previous fight, SeleCT got wrecked in the previous fights. Okay, economy stabilizes now, about the same on both. 50 to 20 now on Maverick. SeleCT got very close to his HQ now, and the portal, it's a very close, still a very close mirror. SeleCT's income 80 to 30. I don't really like how Maverick split all of his squads around the map like that. Feels like he wants to take down all the buildings at once. Maverick says GG. Gives up, although I am not sure if it's over yet. But Maverick decides to give up. He realizes he would take much longer until he destroys all of SeleCT's buildings, while SeleCT already took down the portal again and now destroys the assembly for the second time. Only a gate left for Maverick, so SeleCT economy also was better in the end. Still a pretty close mirror, very unusual game. Very similar to the Space Marine mirror we saw on Meeting of Minds, a close result on military. About the same army size, base trade however was done much better by SeleCT. No idea why Maverick opted for a base trade. He should have fought on his side of the map and maybe even win the game. Next up, SeleCT versus I Know Fear. The second game from Fear in the Expert Clash series, and more to come, of course. In the right hand side on Fallen City, TLSC Fear, this is I Know Fear or I Knew Fear, a few of his nicknames. There were more Fear players in Dawn of War, so I do not want people to confuse them. So I will call him I Knew Fear, probably, his last nickname in Dawn of War. In the left hand side, SeleCT does the same opening as in the previous game, 2 Guardians. Okay, 3 Guardians this time. Thankfully no double aspect portal. Fear sending a squad of scouts towards the enemy point. He saw a squad of guardians incoming in here to capture the point, this squad. When you right click on the point, the animation changes like that when you start to place the flag. So you can always see if your opponent wants to capture a point if you are in range. If you have the vision, you will see if you right click on the point or not. Some harassing here with the Guardians from SeleCT with 2 Guardian squads and a Farseer. Fear only controlling 2 strategic points with LPs now. A third one is also captured, but no LP on it yet. Probably was a bad idea to send 1 squad of scouts here early game. Hello Christian, hi Yoshi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for breathing life into this chat. It's been dead for 1 hour, for over 1 hour I guess. Feel free to have a chat guys, don't be shy. Both players are for now sitting on very low income. Both of them tried to harass each other early game. Finally SeleCT sends back his guardians. It's about time he starts capturing those points. Good job with the Farseer, still full HP. I guess she has done some damage already. 2 LP2s upgraded here for I Know Fear. He also captured the relic and builds the 4th listening post. Some progress economy wise from fear. Economy gets better.
Random hand of fate delivers me to you.
SeleCT desperately trying to chase that servitor, but no way. If he lost morale, he will run very fast, impossible to catch. If he runs away without morale, I mean. Now that he recovered morale, he will move more slowly. So maybe the Guardians with the fleet of foot can still get him. But will that be worth it? Now under the LP2 a ton of Guardians will die. Okay, SeleCT stops and wants to take finish off that servitor, and he manages. But this probably wasn't a good trade from SeleCT. He lost too many Guardians and he will reinforce. Fear didn't lose anything by losing that servitor. I think he only won by killing a bunch of Guardians. Tier 2 placed in here, not a very good position from SeleCT. Fear trying looks for an engagement. Now with the heavy bolters equipped, he can outrange the LP2 of the Eldar. Will do some damage.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
We'll also bring the assault marines. Oh yeah, I already smell Fear's playstyle in here. He always combines a bunch of unit types, not just massing a single unit type, and hitting attack move. I have done in the past a tribute to veteran for Fear, one of the great Space Marine players in Dawn of War history. You can have a look at the video, it's up on this channel. In case you're interested to see some high level Space Marine play, that is the video to watch for now. There will be more, of course. More top Space Marines, I mean. But from now on I'm not sure if I will do tribute to veteran, as I have access to more replays now. And I can just cover most of these players in the Expert Clash series and other 1v1 games, which I will also do for Winter Assault and Dark Crusade next. It will be called differently, it won't be Expert Clash. Good defenses in here from SeleCT. He adds 2 squads of Dark Reapers. I love the unit combination already from SeleCT. No Warp Spiders at all. 3 squads of Guardians, Warlocks, probably fully upgraded, and Dark Reapers. Good usage of Fleet of Foot now begins, and SeleCT wants to go in. Moves into the heavy cover, will stop and fight probably. This was a very highly ranked game. SeleCT had around 2k MMR at that point. And keep in mind that the MMR in Dawn of War 1 starts at 1000, not 1500. And it's more difficult to get MMR points since you get matched against players of the same rank mostly. You have to fight only against the top players, unlike current MMR in Soulstorm, which is mostly irrelevant, I'd say, as it can be easily abused. A big problem. Sadly, the auto-match in Soulstorm is not working, no point system, so you can only get those stats. The only tool which tracks players' stats at the moment. But the MMR points are highly inaccurate. Fear manages to push back the Eldar from this fight. He had enough firepower and close combat power from the Force Commander. He also had snipers on the scouts. SeleCT did not take the risk. Better retreat than losing everything. He will defend for now. 98 to 20 income for Fear. 140-20 on SeleCT. Hi Patrick, welcome to the stream. Whoever joined recently, feel free to participate in the poll I ran at the start of the stream. I want to find out what is the most suitable time for my viewers to watch YouTube. Not necessarily live streams, but when do you open YouTube? When you can, when you have free time. So I will probably start streaming around that time. Keep in mind that the time indicated is in GMT format. It's not CET or CST. I believe GMT is 2 hours behind compared to Central European summer time. So when you select the hour, keep that in mind. Slowly but surely, Fear in here pushing in, approaches closely, gets closer and closer to SeleCT base. SeleCT not being ready to fight, will not commit yet. He'd rather lose that LP2 than fighting for that LP2 and losing the fight. Just sit back and wait until you're comfortable. This is how you do it. Fear, having a bunch of infantry, decides to transition to tier 2.5 through the sacred artifact, which I think is a good decision. Here the slaughter begins. SeleCT moves in. He will not simply give up on his point. He will join and get closer in here and start fighting. So far so good. Looks like he's got enough to win this fight. Only one member in the Assault Marine squad left alive. Interesting fatality in here on the Assault Marines by the Dark Reapers. And all that's left of Fear is 2 squads of Space Marines. He lost pretty much everything else. Even the Force Commander has been killed. And now with the fleet of foot, SeleCT can easily outpace the Marines, get close to them and kill them during the retreat. That was some genius, solid, perfect execution from SeleCT in this fight. I can't really describe it, but he did it perfectly. Waited for the right moment when he was ready to fight. Then suddenly goes in. Fear probably didn't even expect that. And so SeleCT is gonna destroy him. 110 to 20 incoming here for SeleCT. He keeps using his resources. Most of his squads are still alive. Fear also doing a good job. No floats whatsoever. Sadly, he's lost a huge part of his army. I think even nowadays Eldar players can learn a lot from these games.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it. Take the battle to the enemy. Rush the enemy's position.
Now mobility wise, SeleCT's having a huge advantage. He can move from one side to the other thanks to the fleet of foot very quickly. Instead of attacking there on this LP2 where it was defended by three Space Marine squads and the Librarian, SeleCT decides to just go to the other point, which is unlikely to be defended. I think he had vision in there. He probably checked and saw that Fear's infantry sits next to that point, so he decides to go for the other points on the map. Very well done, good decision making now. And he's gonna take a second LP2 now from Fear. And even 2 generators will go down. Really loved it this time from SeleCT. Compared to the previous game we saw from SeleCT, I think he improved a lot already. And it's only March 2005. Still a few months to go until the big tournament, World Cyber Games. Hopefully I can find more replays from that tournament. I already have some. Fear has no chances fighting SeleCT on the lower position of the map. He will simply do a counter-attack for Space Marine squads in there now. Looks like SeleCT is fine with a base trade. Good infantry combination now. Also added a squad of warp spiders. Does not mass a single unit type, unlike many Eldar players, which go for warp spiders mass. A pretty unique playstyle on SeleCT so far. Okay, and he hits tier 3, support portal almost finished. 2 shuriken cannons out. Oh yeah, he did, Yoshi. And Fear is only gonna get better if he's to fight against the likes of SeleCT. The stronger opponents you fight, the better you get at the game. That's how it works. If you play against low level or average level players, you will stagnate, you will not get better at the game. You have to push it up, play it against players that are better than you. Preferably not much better, as you most likely won't even realize what you do wrong if the skill gap is too huge. At least it should be about the same level for both you and your opponent. Either the same level or higher. Both players sitting back for now. Fear's income decreased a lot. Only 59 to 10 now. 95 to 54 select. Huge problem for Fia is that a fire prism will get out soon and he's got like no anti-vehicle. Okay, a few missile launchers, but probably won't be enough. And he also needs apothecaries. Sadly, he didn't produce apothecaries. Would be great. Addition, a support unit healing the Marines. Oh, that was not a fire prism, it's a Wraith Lord. Also very rare to see Wraith Lords. Most of the time players would go for the fire prisms. Is it just me or the Wraith Lord looks different compared to Soul Storm? It feels like he's got different hands. Maybe it's just me and only now I pay attention to that. SeleCT is ready to go in, pushes with the Wraith Lord, tanking the damage with it. The word of the Emperor has been enabled on the Librarian. That means the Space Marines are immune to death for some time. The ability ends now. Most of the Marines being low on HP will die. Looks like another good engagement from SeleCT. It was good while the Wraith Lord was around here at least. SeleCT decides to retreat and maybe attack from a different angle. Good hold for Fia. He upgraded also this LP2. Can hold it. If he will get to the heavy cover, should be holdable. The healing on the webway gates also has been researched and SeleCT build them around the map. Lovely. Should also build one in here preferably, and maybe one closer to the battlefield also. Something like this position would work probably. Or close to the big generator. So when you would fight, you would also get healed by the gates. On the damaged squads. Another two Wraith Lords are out. SeleCT is gonna tank with them again. Most of the damage from the heavy bolters and missile launchers focusing on the Wraith Lords. So he can approach the Marines more safely like that. Very well done. Now I believe the Eldar's infantry has a lot more DPS in this fight, probably with tier 3 optics by now. Marines are gonna melt from that firepower. Farseer also doing a good job tying up and disrupting the squads. And now similarly to the early game fight, SeleCT is gonna chase the Marines on retreat and kill most of them. A full HP commander is here. Not sure if that will change anything now. A pretty much flawless game right here by SeleCT at least. I'm not sure what mistakes Fear has done. Where did he mess up? His start I think was a bit slow. He lost some time with the scouts, was harassing early on this point. Then the map control wasn't fast enough by Fear. Well, it's not over yet. Selecting come much better, however, I'd expect him to win at this point. It's only gonna get harder for Fear. Only gonna get harder unless he hits tier 3 and gets that orbital bombardment into the Eldar infantry. Casted nicely, it deals a ton of damage in here, 16,000 damage if I'm not mistaken. Can easily take down even the Wraith Lords and most of the infantry if casted properly. It lasts fewer seconds also, which means it deals a lot more damage within a shorter time frame, so the opponent has much less time for retreat. By the time the opponent retreats, the damage already has been done. Another 3 Wraith Lords in here. Select, knowing that fire prisms cannot do much against missile launcher mass. He just produces Wraith Lords and goes to tank into the Space Marines, tying them up in close combat. Yeah, the players improved a lot within a short time frame. At this point in March 2005, the game has been out for only like 5-6 months. And it feels like SeleCT is almost playing, getting the most out of his race already on Eldar. A very good microcontrol, very good macro. His economy management improved a lot compared to the previous games I've seen, where he wouldn't upgrade the LP2s fast enough. Fear also agrees with me, he messed up early game, and I think he's right. SeleCT gets this victory here in the end. Very solid game overall, especially from the Eldar. I am a bit surprised, honestly. That was sweet. A close game on units killed. If Fear wouldn't have quitted so fast, it would have been in SeleCT's favor on units killed. $4,000 more income for SeleCT. Slightly higher on requisition, much higher on power. And tech-wise, SeleCT also was ahead. Tier 3 in the end against tier 2.5 for Fear. Well, both of them, I guess, tried their best. SeleCT was godlike in this game. Hoping for more games like that one in the future. Next up on Meeting of Minds, Sleign in the left hand side, using his other nickname, Chaotic. Playing versus Phalonix. In the right hand side, Eldar. Chaos versus Eldar on Meeting of Minds. On this map, I'd say the matchup is even balanced. maybe even Chaos favored. It depends a lot how it's gonna play out early game for Eldar. In tier 2.5, however, as soon as Chaos starts getting predators, Eldar has a hard time taking them down. Fire Prisms struggle against Chaos predators, at least in this patch. And Brightlances also get countered by Chaos Marine DPS, or maybe even fat predators can take them down. So it's not an easy matchup for Eldar, to say the least. I'd say it's either balanced, pretty much balanced, or Chaos favored. Let's see how this is gonna play up this time for Sleign. So far, one of the few Chaos players remaining true to his race, playing Chaos at high level, in high ranks, not changing the race. Interesting start, 2 squads of cultists only. Starts with Chaos Temple and Generator. Acceptable opening for Meeting of Minds, I would say.
Anything for the great powers. Bless us, great
1 HP left on the Heretic.
The mists of space and time retreat.
Farseer looks at the Heretic and he dies. The Chaos Lord is out.
Nothing is hidden.
Sadly, he cannot chase that Farseer when she's with the Fleet of Foot enabled. Will he actually get in range? Yeah, he gets in range of the Chaos Lord's scythe and gets slowed down. Now that's unfortunate for Phalanx. Still, with the Fleet of Foot enabled, she is the only one that can escape the Chaos Lord's slow. Also, the big mech with the jump can do that, only with the jump. Without the jump, nobody else can escape from the Chaos Lord's slowdown. In that case, you better sit there and exchange the damage with the Lords. Don't even try to run away. Fast tier 2 from Phalanx. Soul Shrine up.
Guardian squad.
3 squads of Guardians into fast Soul Shrine. He went to upgrade the Guardians, I assume.
I knew you would have need of me.
Chaos Marines now gonna capture a second point. A critical location this time.
Trifle with me, worm.
A second Mind War has been cast on the Chaos Lord. It has not been dodged. Thankfully it got cast in the heavy cover, and it feels like in the heavy cover the Chaos Lord receives less damage from it. It is possible to dodge the Farseer's Mind War if you get out of range at the point when she casts it. If you outrange her, it will get dodged, but it's not easy to do that. It's more like a matter of luck that it will be dodged than skill. It's somewhat random. Okay, all the points now have been captured by Sleign. A solid macro game so far. Doesn't hurry with attacks. Will play safe. Armory almost finished. Good economy on Eldar as well. He's adding the Dark Reapers. I see now from which player Phalanx is getting inspired. Similar to what SeleCT did in the previous game. A bunch of Guardians and now Dark Reapers. 4 LP2s up for Chaos. More than enough, I'd say, in tier 1. At this point, it's much better to prioritize tier 2 rather than keep upgrading economy in tier 1. Ideally, you have to go tier 2 and then start upgrading the economy during the transition. Otherwise, there's a risk that you'd get out-teched. I assume Sleign is going tier 2 now, so he builds a bunch of generators and upgrades more points. Chaos economy higher might not seem like a big deal, but if he will have economy advantage also, I don't think Eldar can win this. If he manages to get both faster tech and economy advantage, Eldar might be in trouble. Tier 2.5 for Chaos is almost the equivalent of tier 3 on Eldar. Tier 3.5, since Eldar only get vehicles in tier 3. Good positioning of the Chaos Marines behind the LP2 and equipped with heavy bolters, Sleign can defend in here easily. Bad choice from Phalanx to attack. He should change the target, maybe get in here and try to take down Slane's LP2 on that relic instead. Nobody defending it. Tier 2 up on Chaos. Has enough for the machine pit now. A 130, 40, 30 income now for the Eldar. Income getting better. I like the fact that more and more Eldar players start using Dark Reapers. Better range on the Dark Reapers once you've got the optics upgraded. And even better mobility, I'd say, with a fleet of foot. If you've got good micro, Dark Reaper mobility is much better compared to the Warp Spiders. Phalanx decides to keep fighting in here. He does not want to retreat. He thinks he's gonna win the fight, and he may be right. He's sitting in a very good position inside the heavy cover. Doesn't receive as much damage from those heavy bolters, and he wins the fight easily. Now he can even push further, take down that LP2 easily. Well done. Machine pit almost up for Sleign. He's got a huge bank, probably waiting for the machine pit to get finished, and will invest in vehicles. I think he needs one more machine pit, and he has to research the global upgrade on power and start that endless production of Chaos Predators. That might be the way. Phalanx catches up on tech, tier 3.5 soon, and he will be able to produce fire prisms shortly.
Victory countdown has begun.
That was a perfect cleanup of Chaos Infantry, yeah. Sweet engagement here in here from the Eldar. Three squads of Dark Reapers. Sadly, he does not use Fleet of Foot, I see. Good thing on the Dark Reapers in vanilla, they do a lot more damage to heavy infantry and commanders compared to the Warp Spiders. I think they have very good damage to basically everything. They only do require more micro management. compared to the warp spiders, so
Until taken hold victory.
Eldar players usually would prefer warp spiders, as it takes less effort to jump away than enabling fleet of foot and micro a bit. I guess that's the reason behind that unit choice. Finally, a predator gets out. As soon as it gets out, Phalanx gets caught off guard, does not have any anti-vehicle squads, no bright lenses. He had more than enough time to produce a bunch of bright lens platforms. He didn't do that, and now he's gonna get punished by a single Chaos Predator. Huge problem for Eldar. A bunch of plasma equipped on the Chaos Marines also, and I guess plasma grenade launchers, I mean, on the cultists. Very high DPS to infantry also from the grenade launchers, not to be underestimated. A fire prism gets out, but it's no much for a Chaos Predator. Chaos Predators can destroy 2-3 fire prisms. Sleign decides to ignore the fire prisms for now. Guardians melting from plasma and grenades in there. Bad engagement from Phalanx. He had to sit back. Phalanx only now realizes he has to build more gates and start that production of bright lenses. He should have produced at least some from this gate there.
4 minutes until taken hold.
The Predator lasted for more than 30 seconds under the fire of a fire prism. This is insane. See you next time, Yoshi. Thank you for joining the stream. A 140 to 60 income now for Sleign. Very good economy. Solid for Eldar as well. He keeps producing those fire prisms. Has to start the production of bright lenses ASAP. I still do not see a single bright lens yet on the Eldar. In fact, he's building these webway gates in order to increase vehicle cap. He's not even thinking of producing those bright lenses. Huge mistake. He probably underestimates them. And how many Dark Reapers? 6 squads from what I see in here. 6 squads of Dark Reapers and 2 fire prisms. Doesn't want to bother with a fleet of foot enabling and disabling. Fire prisms no threat at all in this matchup. Chaos Predator can take them down easily. Chaos Lord and Cultists now tanking into the Reapers. Sleign does not want to allow Eldar gets too close to his base again. He will just hold and fight here in the middle. No anti-vehicle from the Eldar means he's gonna lose the fight eventually. Nothing to stop the Predators. And then you have Plasma getting hard into you from behind. And once again, very good engagement from Sleign, the second one. He's gonna dive deep probably.
5 minutes until taken.
He's floating a lot during the fights, but he's doing fine otherwise. Eldar also floating a ton of requisition. Now I guess he's got no idea what units he should produce at this point. Seriously, man, 0 bright lenses have been made in this game. I think with 6, 7 bright lenses and maybe fewer fire prisms, with 6 squads of bright 6 squads of dark creepers and 5, 6 bright lenses, I think Eldar might have won even. He simply refused to produce anti-vehicle units. And now he's getting overwhelmed in here. Even 3 brightness platforms will very slowly take down. 4 brightness platforms will take down a predator very slowly. So I think you need 5, 6 at least if you're to deal with predator mass. And Sleign could have done better, of course. He had to build 1 more machine pit and build a big generator. He had economy throughout the course of this game for that. Build a big generator here for more power, and 1 more machine pit for producing more predators faster. Could have been over by now. Finally, Phalanx realizes he's gonna need those bright lenses, and he's got 5 of them now. Probably enough bright lenses to take down 1 or 2 predators in a fight.
3 minutes until
The
taken
problem,
hold
however, is plasma on the Chaos Marines. Plasma can take down bright lenses quickly, and even the predators can take them down. Good focus in there from these Chaos Marines. Also with the rage enabled, they just took down that fire prison in 1 hit. I like the accuracy on the missile launchers in vanilla Dawn of War. It makes those Chaos Marines and Space Marines look a lot better. Like
2 minutes until taken.
no misses at all. Phalanx definitely not happy with this, yeah. He says his opponent is lucky, and I say Phalanx should have made Brightlands platforms a lot earlier. Three Chaos Predators out now. Phalanx should thank Sleign for not massing Chaos Predators from 2 machine pits at once. I would have done that definitely if I'd play Chaos in vanilla. Probably the most OP build in the game.
Until taken hold victory.
If you survive to it with a decent income. And there we go again, a taken hold victory for Sleign probably. The Dark Reapers should not be able to decap under this heavy fire of plasma and Chaos Predators. Well, Sleign doesn't even need to win by taking hold. And he will not. he's got enough units to exterminate the Eldar. Man, these insults are lame at times. I've lost the mouse cursor, sadly. I will have to restart the game. I cannot switch between the tabs here. Well played by Sleign, good job. Solid early game. Good map control, good economy, good macro management. He could have done better. And I said how he could have done better during the game. I will restart the game. And then we'll jump into the next 1v1. Alright, next up, again we've got Sleign, this time against a different opponent. Yeah, that was a nice one and actually entertaining towards the end. I guess Phalanx deserves to lose by only chatting like that in a game. Next up on Railway, oh god, again this map. So far this map delivered very long 1v1 games, despite being such a small map with only 3 points on it. In the lower position of the map, Sleign playing Chaos versus Foree. This is a Space Marine player. He got really good back then. I think we'll see a ton of games from this player. Another new name being introduced into the series. Opens with 3 scouts. Yeah, 3 squads of scouts. Welcome back, Pierre. If you can't watch it live again, I said it many times before, whoever cannot watch my streams live, you can always catch up later on them. They get stored on the channel forever. There are already a bunch of streams for Dawn of War Vanilla, a ton of games, all of them are pretty long. Around 5 hours on average, I guess. 45 hours on average. If we consider the long live streams I have done. So I guess a lot of viewers cannot catch up, cannot keep up now with the streams. It's too much content now. A few years back I would like post once in a month, once a week maybe, if I'm lucky. Now, however, I am uploading almost daily, if we consider both of my channels, so a lot more content for the viewers, that means less views for me. The current subscribers can't keep up with my content now. A bit of a little skirmishing here. Foree not prepared to face that Chaos Lord yet. Needs the Force Commander in fight. No covers at all on this map, despite the map looking like it has some. There's no cover in here. This is no heavy cover, and this is no light cover. Otherwise it would be imbalanced. On the other side there's no such thing. The slight imbalanceness, however, is this shortcut through the woods for the player located at the top side of the map. He can get from one point to another much faster, unlike the player on this side. He will have to run in circle all the way through here towards the point, from one point to the other, while the other player can transition from this location to this location much faster using this shortcut. So that's a bit of imbalance there. Yeah, whenever Yoshi goes out, you come in. And when you go away, Yoshi comes in. Not really possible to break through this LP2 yet. Sleign is getting ready for that, however. Ready to defend, he cannot afford losing this LP2. Looks like he will lose it, and it probably will be a very good trade for Foree. Foree's got more squads, like 3 squads of Space Marines and a full force commander. Sleign is gonna lose the fight, and he also lost the LP2. It looks like game over to me. Can he hold? Building the armory now. Maybe with the armory upgrades he can. If he produces a squad of cultists or 2 and the grenade launchers, maybe he will be able to push back the Marines. For now it feels like Foree invests all of his requisition into reinforcing these Space Marines.
Victory countdown has begun.
Despite losing an LP2 to Foree, Slane's economy is still better because he's got 2 LP2s up and a critical location captured. He also has a generator, so his economy is better. 10 power income against 0 power income for Space Marines. Losing that LP2 was bad, but not as bad as Foree thinks. Maybe if he can hold in here and build that point, he can gain a slight advantage over time. Heavy bolters now equipped on Sleign. He should be careful, do not get too close to the enemy. Space Marine squads try to keep the range, maybe attack move. Okay, almost dead. Yeah, this is a dead Chaos Lord, sadly. But Sleign can still defend himself. Now he's got 2 squads of cultists out with the grenade launchers. The DPS from the grenade launcher is very high, even to tactical Space Marines. Foree is being forced to retreat. Too much DPS now. Bullying him back. Foree pushing hard, probably wants to end it right here, right now, but can he? Sleign, having the advantage of these LP2s, can dance around them a bit. And feels like Sleign lost everything now. Foree with a full HP, Force Commander still. This really looks over. I have no idea how Sleign is going to make a comeback, but this is far from over. If Sleign loses this LP2, he will sit only on 1 point. And he will not give up just yet. Looks like this LP2 is gonna get destroyed. I guess a Chaos Lord is coming out. I hope a Chaos Lord comes out. This Force Commander has to be stopped. Yeah, that was a new Chaos Lord. And 3 squads of cultists. Yeah, I guess cultists with grenade launchers is all you need actually to push back those Space Marines. And now the full HP Chaos Lord with the slowdown slows down the commander. The commander cannot escape. And the Lord, having more HP, will probably exterminate the commander. Yeah, this is a victory for the Chaos Lord. A very close fight, however. Very well done in here by Sleign. He's gonna make a comeback now. This is almost unbelievable. What a close game. Yeah, Foree will have to retreat. He's on the edge. He's probably having no resources to keep the reinforcements going on those Space Marine squads. This is insane. Okay, once again Sleign loses the cultists, but he's got a heretic out and will rebuild the LP. Probably will also upgrade it. And a new Lord is on the way, perhaps. Still no generator out, no generator built by Foree. He's been investing in the Space Marine reinforcements. He's lost all the scouts, cannot take control of the critical locations. This is a ton of back and forth. Another squad of cultists gets out, and grenade launchers are gonna get equipped on them. If he keeps the range, he can easily deal with those marines. I think Sleign is doing a mistake by getting up too close to the Space Marine squads. He has to keep the range. Like that, do not get closer. Don't go in close combat with the cultists. They are perfect in range with the grenades. If they get close, they are gonna die like flies. A new Lord is out. There's no new Force Commander. Slaying's economy steadily goes lower and lower. Now he's gonna lose the point. A weird decision from Sleign to abandon this position and take this one instead. He's gonna lose more time like that. Foree doing a mistake in here, running towards the cultists. Wants to hit them in the back. I am not sure if that is gonna be a good fight for him. A squad of Chaos Marines probably coming out, or maybe Raptors even. 44-10 income now for Sleign. Still not enough resources for Foree to get a Force Commander out. He's got no power. Without power you cannot produce a Force Commander now on only 15. I guess the commander costs around 50 or more. I'm not sure on the cost in vanilla on commanders. Without a Force Commander, I'm not sure if Foree can win this fight now. Well, the Chaos Lord is heavily outnumbered. In close combat he can get killed, I guess, by a bunch of marines. If he gets surrounded, he's gonna die eventually. Yeah, that's some strong willpower to win in here from Sleign. He's just not giving up on it. I love it. Never gives up. Even on one LP2, he's still sitting in the game and fights. Takes back his second strategic point. Time to build it. Despite having a huge advantage in map control, Foree was sitting on 4 points for a long time. Now he sits on more points also. His economy is not much higher. In fact, it was lower for a long time.
Victory countdown has begun.
It was a problem that he was sitting without a generator for such a long time. Should have built it long ago. Two squads of Marines back to the battlefield, now equipped with the heavy bolters. I guess Sleign can go and take his third point now.
My lord!
Okay, I assume a force commander should be on the way now for Foree. For now he's taking the critical locations. Better now than never. Ideally they should have been captured by a squad of scouts at the very early stages in the game when Foree was playing hyper aggressively, all leaning into chaos. Sleign will sit back until he feels comfortable fighting. The armory has been placed for Foree. Economy-wise, only slightly better for Space Marines now. Still no force commander. I guess he didn't... oh, finally it gets out. I thought he placed the armory instead of the commander. He really needs that force commander if he wants to be able and deal with that Chaos Lord. Commander is the only choice at this point. Heavy bolters making an easy job out of these Marines in here. The DPS is insane. And so Foree loses a squad of Marines. 2 left. Commander completely out of position. He should be on the other side. Lord Bale in Dawn of War Vanilla. I think it's also Lord Bale in Winter Assault. Perhaps the best Chaos Lord in the Dawn of War series. I am not sure in Chaos Rising what Chaos Lord in there is. Some snipers have been equipped to the scouts also. Maybe will be good against the heavy bolters, just make sure you don't get too close within the heavy bolter range of fire. A full HP Force Commander tanks into this Chaos Infantry. Easy now when the Chaos Lord is below half HP. Foree can engage. A ton of back and forth in here. Sleign somehow manages to hit tier 2 in the meantime. And I think he's also got the global upgrade on requisition. Looks like it, or maybe not. No, I think you get 74 if you have 3 LP2s, and now past the 15th minute mark they start decaying. No tier 2 up for Marines. Foree is behind in tech. Or maybe it's Fury and I don't get it.
Awaiting orders.
Sounds very much like Fury, this player's nickname. Say hello to plasma guns. Now, on both sides, plasma guns more painful from the Chaos Marines, I guess. They have less HP but more damage. On the plasma, probably. The full HP commander is a problem. A lord about to die in there. Yeah, like that. Focus, prioritize those tactical marines and leave the commander for the end. Just ignore him for now. Most of the tactical marines have been killed by Sleign. He outnumbered for his squads. And now we'll be able to push in with plasma guns and a bit of HP on the lord left. Whoa, the plasma guns can even outrange the LP2. That's something new I learned. Very well done by Sleign in the long run. He suffered a lot in this game and comes on top in the end. This was very enjoyable to see. Chaos succeeding. Without a force commander now, the space marines alone, the tactical marines, without a force to engage, they will simply die during the engagement if they try to. Look at that. The closer they get, the faster they die. You do need to tank into a bunch of infantry like that with a commander or a dreadnought, or at least a land speeder. This is the end of Foree, I believe. Speed this up. There's nothing he can do now. Squad of marines get out. They cannot do anything against 4 squads in here, or 5. And I'm not even sure what Foree did wrong. He has done a few mistakes, and maybe the all-in. That all-in at the start, he invested a lot in the Space Marines, and he even stayed on lower economy for a very long time. That might be the reason he's losing now. Sleign played a more standard game. No grids, just do everything slowly. Build economy up nicely, and then go into attack. GG indeed. Very nice game. A lot of back and forth, was even very close at some point. The last big fight, however, was terrible for Foree when he lost 3 squads of marines, I believe, in that fight. Could have managed his infantry better, I think. Next up, another new player, Youlian, playing Space Marines in the lower right, versus Foree once again. A Space Marine mirror, a third one today, I think. 3 Space Marine mirrors. More and more Space Marine players showing up. Valley of Khorne getting more rare in the series. I think there was no Valley of Khorne at all in the previous stream. We had a lot of Valley of Khorne in the early episodes, however. Three squads of scouts for the Valley of Khorne, probably enough. This is actually super standard opening like that. 3 scout squads, a force commander, and after that a squad of Space Marines. Foree does it differently a bit. And goes for the rush. Wants to rush his opponent, maybe. Looks like it. On the other side, Youlian made 3 squads of scouts also, but first commander first before the tactical Space Marines. That means he can easily counter the Space Marine squad. And now by the scouts, even those Marines will get damaged, forcing Foree to retreat. I think force commander first in this case would be better, honestly. A squad of Space Marines cannot do anything, they are no threat, and looks like the squad will even die now, yeah. That was a bad investment and a bad decision overall by Foree to go in with it. Lost him the squad. The DPS from the scouts not to be underestimated. It's very high in vanilla Dawn of War. Maybe they will get a bit nerfed in the next patch. It's not so far from now. Maybe in 2-3 episodes we'll get 1v1s in version 1.3 of vanilla with a ton of balance changes. We'll see. Foree, knowing that he lost a squad of Marines, he probably thinks he's at disadvantage now and will simply hold in the base for a bit. Youlian's economy better, 80-10 soon, 68-0 for Foree. I see that Foree prioritizes investment into his infantry very early in the game rather than building up those listening posts, and that is a mistake, I think. It is always better to build the listening posts immediately as soon as you capture the point, they pay off really quick. Like very, very quick. And then you have a lot more income to reinforce as much as you want. Good focusing here from Foree, focusing the force commander, sitting with more than half of his units in the heavy cover. Bad management on the force commander from Youlian, who is going to lose it. That was terrible. He should have attached that commander to a squad or retreat. He also killed quite a few marines, but not nearly as much as Foree did already. And so Youlian is forced to go back. 86 to 20 income. What now? An LP2 has been upgraded, yeah. If you build generators like that early in the game, upgrade some LP2s for both defenses and higher economy. Good attack in here. Foree outnumbers his opponent and has a full HP commander, so yeah, just go in, keep dealing the damage. And now he should prioritize this LP2 and take it down first, as it deals the most DPS to marines. Good focus with the commander on that one.
He who stands with me shall be my brother.
Good damage is being done right now by Foree in this enemy base. One LP2 has been destroyed, the strategic point has been decaptured. At home, however, Foree has a very low income, still 68 to 0. He didn't bother to build those posts yet. That's a critical mistake done by Foree in here. This is not acceptable at high level. You should get it right from now. This is not acceptable to leave those strategic points without a listening post on them. He's fully invested into this all in. He keeps reinforcing his tactical squads. I think if Youlian overextends, if he gets a force commander out, some sniper rifles and the scouts, he can still win this.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
A turret gets finished in here now, finally. But it won't be of much use. It's gonna get killed by the commander, gonna get destroyed by that hammer. Generators will also go down. Youlian not giving up. Pretty intense for now. Good job with those scouts and marines, keeping them alive. No need to give up just yet. Another LP2 in here. Half HP down for Foree's force commander. Maybe focusing that commander with the LP2 would be nice. Well, next time Youlian's commander comes out, I think he can do a comeback. Heavy bolters have been equipped on Foree. So he has more DPS right now, but his economy is still lower despite having better map control. Youlian's economy is higher. And he's got a fresh force commander now, which can easily kill Foree's commander. This is not over. Far from over, in fact. Very close right now. Good retreat under the LP2 from Youlian.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must
Can
be
even
near.
try and take this commander down and finish him off.
Awaiting orders. Today the enemy shall know fear. Ever vigilant.
Both commanders now about the same amount of HP.
The Emperor protects.
Thankfully the stun hasn't worked.
This
Thankfully
day
for
shall be a
Youlian.
glorious one.
His commander would be dead by now if the stun worked.
Eyes of the Emperor still
So he
burn.
can keep dancing around that LP2 if he wins. And he should be fighting this squad of marines in close combat. Do not let them shoot like that. Doesn't even try to go in close combat. $74-10 still income for Youlian. 68-10 is the same economy for about 5 minutes now for the players. It does not improve, does not decrease. Very low HP now on this commander, probably gonna get killed finally. Foree's commander goes down. And Youlian's income on requisition only gets higher. 80-0 now against 68-10. Huge mistake once again by Foree. He keeps neglecting those listening posts, does not build them. Okay, finally he starts it, realizes that his all-in now won't work and he'll have to play the long game. Starts to build the 4th listening post. Better later than never. A new force commander out for Youlian. Nothing in here can stop it now. The marines with the bolters won't be enough. Oh god, now Foree hits tier 2 and gets plasma guns. This is gonna get nasty here for Youlian. His squads will die really quick and even the force commander will get damaged by plasma. This is not good. The only thing Youlian can do now is fight those plasma boys in close combat, plasma marines. Like that, don't let them deal damage in range. Keep them busy in close combat. Economy gets slightly higher in here for Foree. Now tier 2 up. What next? A better macro management from Youlian, to say the least, throughout the course of this 1v1. Much better management of economy. Much faster build up on the listening posts. And that's how he manages to make a comeback and stop Foree's attack. With a higher income, I think Foree could have won by now if he built the LPs from the very beginning. He would hit tier 2 faster and maybe win the game by now, but no. He decided to go the hard way. Maybe he thought it would be too easy if he built those LPs, so let him play however he thinks is right for him.
What is your order? Heresy grows from idleness.
Even now he has more than enough requisition to build up those listening posts or upgrade them. He does not do that. Armory up here for Youlian. He's still tier 1 and that's a problem. Foree should have kept playing aggressively, I think. Keep pressuring his opponent. No need to give him time now to hit tier 2 so easily. Could have gotten in here in the heavy cover, sitting there with plasma and deal some damage. Now that he's gotten a force commander full on HP. Have fun in Mass Effect, Pierre. It's a great game. I guess you're playing the first one, the remastered version, or what? Well, I guess all of them are good. Maybe at some point in the future I will also play them on my main channel. The stream is gonna last for another 1 hour probably. Maybe up to 4 hours and 30.
What is your order? Ever vigilant. Yes, my lord. We stand ready.
Foree probably knows he messed up at the start. He just will sit back now and chill. It's his opponent's turn now to attack, and I guess Foree will be ready by that time. Oh yeah, that's for sure. In Mass Effect it's all about the story and exploration. Finally, tier 2 up for Youlian here, builds the sacred artifacts. And maybe we'll get a librarian or some apothecaries at least. Having such a huge mass of marines, just get some apothecaries I guess would be worth it. Both of them having a bunch of plasma guns. Having a very good accuracy on the move. Plasma is the way to go in tier 2. Bye bye Pierre, thanks for joining the stream today. This is gonna be a pretty long game, it's not gonna end anytime soon. Machine cult placed by Foree. This thing right here pains me. It hurts me very hard. Foree does not want to make full use of that requisition. Okay, two apothecaries getting out at once, and the librarian out. Foree keeps attacking. He wants to find a good engagement while Youlian sits in the heavy cover, feels comfortable, manages to take down the enemy force commander even, and this ends up like a terrible, very bad fight for Foree.
6 minutes until take and hold victory.
At this point, Foree just should sit back as well and tech up faster. Try and tech up faster compared to his opponent. Youlian's economy only getting better and better. Could have been much better for both by now. And this turns into one of those long turtling games. Will Youlian finally get out of his base? It's about time. He wants to do that now. His turn to attack now. Will he, however? Okay, will cast the smite. It disrupts the units here in vanilla, but it does not deal so much damage, as you can see. Enables the Emperor's word. And can engage now with this ability. Foree not prepared for this attack. Only now at the 21st minute he builds the listening post on the relic. For that alone, I think Foree deserves to lose this game. He neglected 2 strategic points for a very long time. This is simply not acceptable in 1v1 games. You have to build them in the first 3 minutes of the game. A Dreadnought got out from Foree. Pushes back his opponent. Nothing to stop the Dreadnought, too much plasma on Marines, not enough missile launchers. Finally some action at least. Enough turtling.
Until take and hold victory.
No machine cult from Youlian. He decided to only make use of the sacred artifact. No sacred artifact from Foree also. So this is gonna be a game between infantry mass and vehicles against infantry mass alone, buffed by the sacred artifact. Apothecaries and librarian. We'll see what's better. I would bet on buffed infantry mass like that, with healing from apothecaries, librarian abilities, and upgrades for heroes on HP, as well as a few other upgrades in there.
2 minutes until take and hold.
If you mass infantry like that, I think sacred artifact is the way to go. Two dreadnoughts in here from Foree, both of them are full HP. One being repaired now, it's almost full. Once again, Youlian waited for that word of the Emperor on the Librarian, and he feels comfortable now engaging into another fight. Whenever you've got this ability enabled, your Marines get damaged, but they do not die for a period of time, for about 10 seconds probably. However, once the ability ends, you must be very careful with your units, as they start dying quickly if they are low on HP. They will suddenly die, so you have to pay attention on the low HP squads. Send them back. Struggles with the Dreadnought still, not enough anti-vehicle on Youlian's Space Marines. Manages to deal with most of Foree's infantry, however, in this attack. Well done. With each attack, Youlian achieves some big goals. I guess his goal in this attack was to destroy the enemy infantry, and maybe in the next attack he can deal with the Dreadnoughts. He needs more missile launchers. Okay, huge float now for Youlian, has to get rid of it somehow. Go tier 3 perhaps. Foree sitting on very low income at this point, economy decay is painful. Produces more Dreadnoughts.
What would you have?
A new commander is out.
What are your needs? The fallen shall be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest. How can I serve? How can I serve?
Both of them retreat back to their bases. I guess Youlian is going tier 3 now, and he also builds the machine cult. He got rid of all of his requisition. He had more than 1000 a few seconds ago. Making use of that now.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
The Emperor protects.
Tomorrow I think I will stream Dawn of War 2 Chaos Rising on my main channel, so if you want to join the stream, you're welcome. At around 6 PM, I guess. Probably I will start at 4 GMT, so that will be 6 PM CST probably. I will think about it, not sure yet. But I will schedule, so you will see it in your subscription feed. I completed Dawn of War 2 recently on my main channel, and also did a summary of my walkthrough, a kind of movie for Dawn of War 2. The longer the game goes, the better it gets for Youlian, because his economy is higher now. Foree has to improve his game on macro management. It was not good at all in this game. Well, he will improve over time, he will only get better. So I'm sure we'll see more games from this player in the future. This time Foree decides to engage. Youlian, sitting in the heavy cover, was waiting for an engagement from his opponent, had the word of the Emperor ready to cast. It still feels good in this fight, but not nearly enough anti-vehicle to deal with 3 Dreadnoughts, all of them still up. Foree has to bring some servitors in here and repair the low HP Dreadnoughts if he wants to push further. Youlian has to retreat. A ton of power float, has to make use of that, maybe produce some Dreadnoughts also. Any kind of dreadnought would work in this case. Either standard dreadnought or Hellfire dreadnought. Deal some damage in range. Foree's commander getting killed once again. I appreciate the fact that he wants to put an end to this game, trying to end it. So far it does not work well for him. Now his points turn red and he gets very low income on requisition, 67 to 50. That's why you have to build the listening posts as soon as possible. The faster you build them, the more you get out of them in a long term. In this game, Foree, however, built the LP when the relic was already red. Decided to get the sacred artifact up by the time when he already lost most of his infantry. Can't make much use of that sacred artifact at this point. Youlian on the other side hits tier 3 and builds the orbital relay. We'll be able to cast the orbital bombardment. Full HP on the force commander. I guess he's ready to engage now. With the orbital relay up, he can engage. Probably will secure this critical location in the middle first, and then having a bit more vision and the take and hold countdown will engage.
Venerate the immortal Emperor.
Victory countdown has begun.
Patrick Orks are my secondary race in Soulstorm. I am not very good with them in 1v1s, but in 3v3s I think I did pretty well with them. I have quite a few team games with Orks. I also played Orks in 1v1 a lot. Most of the games I played with Necrons and Orks in 1v1, then I played Imperial Guard also. I did play all the races, however, but not as much as I did play Necrons, Orks and Imperial Guards. I do have some knowledge on all the races, however. Looks like the orbital bombardment didn't work yet for Youlian. Foree once again decides to get out with the dreadnoughts getting in here. Good engagement with the dreadnoughts from Foree. That's a thing I liked about him in this game. Doing it nicely with the dreadnoughts tanking into the enemy infantry, tying them up.
5 minutes
A Predator also out for Youlian, gets into the fight. And a Whirlwind from Foree. Yeah, I saw that one long ago, I just didn't mention it. Disrupting Youlian's infantry. Still, it does not feel like Foree has enough in this fight to win it. The Dreadnoughts go lower and lower. As soon as the Dreadnoughts go down, Youlian can proceed with a counterattack. The last cannon has been equipped on the Predator. I guess it was a pretty expensive gun on the Predator. Heavy disruption from that Whirlwind, and I think it's a tier 2 vehicle. Yeah, that's right, Foree is still tier 2. Youlian wants to test Foree, see what he's got left, scout a bit in his base with this Predator. Pretty much nothing left for Foree, only 2 commanders and a Whirlwind for now. Youlian has been playing very passively, sadly, in this game, but I liked the way he upgraded economy at least, not bad at all. Much better macro, I'd say, on Youlian in this specific 1v1 game. Foree has been more aggressive, but a somewhat careless attitude towards his economy will lose him the game in the end. Okay, let me check the bases. Will a land reader get out, I wonder? The game will end up at we end up at the 37th minute mark without a land reader. I'm a bit upset, honestly. By this minute mark it should be 2 land readers on the battlefield, I think. You can make 2 land readers in Dawn of War Vanilla. Maybe even more. Well, 2 land readers is most I've seen at once from a single player. But they are not nearly as good as the ones in Soulstorm, so Youlian is not in a rush with land reader production. He could have ended this game long ago if only he casted an orbital bombardment here at the entrance of his opponent's base. I guess he's afraid of Foree. Will only sit back. Maybe even trying to win by taking hold. That might be the thing he's trying to do here. Winning by taking hold. The assault marines will definitely die in here. They will not be able to decap. Too much firepower. And Foree is done with this. He decided to just delete all of his buildings. Well, I guess he was a bit annoyed. Didn't even say GG. Youlian has been playing very passively. A more patient of a player, probably. Was only defending and won the game by playing defensively and driving his opponent mad. Well, I guess Foree was much higher in the ranks back then, so he had to play it safe if he wants to win. I will make a 5-minute break and then continue with the games, maybe 1 or 2 more games depending on length. Next up we'll have a creative versus select. Okay. Probably second to last game. On outer reaches in the right hand side, select once again playing Eldar. versus creative in the left hand side. Playing Space Marines. In the previous stream I also showed a few games from this player. Very good one, I'd say. Welcome back, Yoshi. Probably second to last, or maybe even the last. No, I think it's second to last. This is not going to be a very long 1v1 from what I can see. So there will be time for one more game. As I have said multiple times before in the previous stream, my recent streams, I said they are gonna get shorter, but I try to cast a better 1v1 games, filtering them more roughly now. So far I am pretty satisfied with today's games. Maybe one or two games could be better. I wish they were, but that's it. When you do not watch them in advance, you never know what's waiting for you, especially on these old players. Select opens with 3 squads of Guardians once again, enables Fleet of Foot and goes into harass. The Farseer and Guardians are here. Mind War cast on the Scouts. Heavy focus on a Scout squad, takes it down. Now time to kill more Scouts, of course. No Servitors in focus, just focus those Scouts with the Guardians and take them down. Very good micro so far from selecting here. He's trying not to lose the Guardians at all from what I can see, and he already took down, well, he almost killed the second squad of Scouts, got reinforced now. 3 squads of Scouts still alive from creative. He had 4 squads probably at the start. Select taking the upper right hand side point. He cancelled the capture of the point now. Realized too many enemies around maybe. I can't get enough of his micro, it's so good. He always avoids that force commander with a Farseer somehow. Very good dancing also from around the Scouts in fights. This is gonna be domination probably in here from the Eldar thanks to the micro. He's taking down most of the Scouts now, only 1 squad of Scouts left, and Select has lost nothing so far in these fights. He only lost a few members in the Guardian squads, but he didn't lose a full squad of anything, while Creative lost 3 squads of Scouts. Okay, what's next? 62 to 10 income for Select. He upgrades the LP2s now much faster than before. I like that. Takes care of his economy. Creative's economy 56 to 0. Much better for Select. Creative decides to fight under this LP2, will absorb the Psychic Storm and a lot of firepower from that LP2. Is gonna get punished here. The dancing with these Guardians is insane from Select. I really love it. I haven't seen such a thing done by Soulstorm players ever, like, never. Dancing around like that throughout the enemy infantry and keeping the squads alive for such a long time. This is something unique I see for the first time today. Just wow.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath in their confusion.
A very unique style on the Eldar from SeleCT. 68 to 10 now. 62 to 0 for creative. The first commander has been killed, and now I assume the tactical marines are dead meat. The guardians are gonna catch them easily, surround and kill them. The Farseer is still alive. No chances for creative, his gods outplayed big time. This is usually how short, top-skilled games end up. One of the players is going to lose as soon as the other player makes a minor mistake. Some mistakes in terms of micro have been made by creative, losing those scouts. He tried to fight the guardians in close combat, thinking that SeleCT wouldn't have sufficient enough micro to deal with them. No way. This was insane. 6-minute length 1v1. And all SeleCT needed to win this was 3 capping squads of guardians, reinforced, and a Farseer. Scouts, tactical marines, force commander cannot stop that. If the Eldars got a good micro control, good unit management, that was nice to observe. And we have another one between these two. Oh man, I'm so happy. This time on Blood River. SeleCT versus Creative on Blood River, the rematch. I guess they played this one right after the previous game. In the lower left on Blood River, SeleCT with Eldar. And in the top right, Creative. Changes his color scheme back to yellow one. This one looks much better. Good to see no double aspect portal from Eldar. In the previous streams, in the previous Expert Clash series, SeleCT used to open with a double aspect portal very often, doing the Banshee build, Farseer and Banshees coming out simultaneously and going for a sort of rush into the Space Marines or Chaos. SeleCT has changed his build. 3 Guardians and Farseer feel to work much better, right? After watching the previous game, it really feels like a better build and less risky and more efficient in terms of resources. Hi Kenneth, the multiplayer community is active in Soulstorm. I guess it's still a good game to play if you're having fun with friends. You can still play it. You have to get the game on Steam, and the online will be working fine. SeleCT once again will be sending 2 squads of guardians into his enemy base. This time casting Mind War on a servitor. We'll take it down quickly. This harass with guardians is insane. Given that you've got good enough micro, I am not sure if this can be stopped. The fleet of foot on the guardians makes them really annoying. Not only the micro from SeleCT is so good, but he's also running in such positions that his opponent can't really follow all of them at once. He's splitting the guardians, attacking from different angles. Really impressive. Kenneth, currently I do not stream on Twitch. If I'm to stream on both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, I have to decrease the bitrate for YouTube. It will be a very bad quality in here. So I cannot stream on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. Creative this time manages to take down the Farseer. She got stunned. If you want to donate, I think you can do that if you check the video description. You will find the link. A bunch of marines in here and scouts heading into Eldar's base. SeleCT with 3 squads of guardians still are running and dancing around that space marine base. 1 LP2 has been upgraded in here. I guess a Farseer, a new Farseer is on the way, about to get out. The Psychic Storm gets cast into this bunch of marines here. 4 squads of guardians from SeleCT. He's been very active with all the guardians so far. Very well done. They have very good DPS when reinforced like that. They can deal with both scouts and tactical space marines when are nicely reinforced. Kenneth, please check the video description. I think there is a link in the video description which will lead you to Streamlabs. That is my donation page, and you can donate through PayPal. I am not sure if the credit card donation works, however. There's no subscription probably on YouTube, no membership, so I don't have that. This game is a mess, a lot of back and forth. Now Creative finds himself into the enemy territory and he's getting surrounded by the Guardians. Even the Banshees get out for SeleCT to aid the Guardians. Will be a very good addition for the Guardians. Bunch is getting slaughtered. This is still unclear who's gonna win in here. It feels like the longer the fights last, the better it gets for the Eldar. Force Commander almost dead. As soon as the Commander dies, I'm expecting Creative to lose the fight. This is far from over, however. I have been playing Dawn of War 1v1 games since 2010. I started in 2010 to practice in 1v1 and I played up until last year. This year I haven't played any 1v1 games and I'm not sure if I will get back into 1v1s. SeleCT manages to push back all this bunch of marines back out of his base. Good job with that. Lost quite a few squads also in this fight. Not as easy as the previous game on Blood River. Good economy, however. 80-0 for Eldar and 68-10 for Creative.
Faith is our shield. Heresy grows from idleness.
About 2 squads of guardians have been killed and a squad of banshees. The Farseer also died at least once. Heavy losses on both sides this time. Slowly recovering. I do enjoy lore in many games, many universes, if I can name them so. And I do like Warhammer 40k lore and maybe even Warhammer Fantasy, but I'm not very familiar with them, so I always say to chat, feel free to drop your lore tips in chat. That will help me a lot to get better at the lore. I cannot buy any lore books in my region. They simply don't sell it around here. But I did watch some YouTube videos on lore, enjoyed them very much, I must admit. Still some back and forth, creatives income now. Economy is now equal actually, yeah. Both of them 74 to 10. SeleCT brings in 2 squads of Dark Reapers, it's about time. More firepower. They deal very good damage to these Space Marines. Creative trying to tie them up with the scouts. This has been so intensive, so micro-intensive so far. Both of them doing very well. Feels like the Eldar will come on top in the end thanks to his mobility. A new force commander is here. With a bit of micro, SeleCT should be able to deal with that commander. Try to outrange him maybe. Now creative better make sure he does not engage through the river and get killed in the river. 3 LP2s only left for SeleCT. He's transitioning into tier 2 now. Creative's economy getting much better, and he also places the armory.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
Pretty intense.
We are here to fulfill our duty.
The future seems so clear.
The Soul Shrine has been finished. Time for a webway gate. Maybe that will be a shuriken cannon that SeleCT wants to produce. They would be a nice addition to his army and good counter also to this bunch of marines. Jumped with all 3 Bone Singers at once into this LP2 and managed to save it at... It was like 10 hit points left until it goes down. And with 3 Bone Singers he manages to repair and save it. That was a... Getting distracted by the chat all the time. I think I have to look at the chat less. Some sniper rifles have been added on those scouts. The save on the LP2 was impressive, to say the least. He jumped with like 3 Bone Singers in the very last moment and saved it. And now that's the thing I mentioned a bit earlier. He engages from the river with his bunch of marines, and in the negative cover they receive a lot more damage. Also the commander got stunned by the warlock. Can't retreat now. I guess this will change the outcome, turn the tide for in Select's favor, yeah. Even with a lower income, now I guess he can finish off all of these Space Marines during the retreat, thanks to the Fleet of Foot. Kenneth, yeah, this kind of clashes in 1v1s in early game, this is what you will see most of the time in 1v1 matches. A lot of early to mid game aggression. Nobody will sit back and just take up in 1v1s. It's all about micromanagement, timing. Select will get deep into the Space Marines base, chase those scouts, tie them up with a Farseer in close combat, and kill them with the Guardians. And now even the Shuriken Cannon can be sent to chase those scouts. A squad of Warp Spiders is here and they kill the scouts very quickly. They've got high DPS to such type of infantry on the scouts.
Beware the heretic.
4 LP2s up in here for creative, still 92 to 20 income. Select decides to retreat. Thankfully his Warp Spiders haven't died yet.
Your wish, command me to build.
3 squads of Guardians still alive, so he hasn't lost a single squad of Guardians in this fight now. He lost 2 squads earlier, I think. $86 to 10 soon for Eldar. Economy pretty much close on both sides. Equivalent economies almost. Creative has a problem, and that problem is he's only got scouts, which means they are gonna get killed really quick. Nice grenade now by the Guardians, thrown into the scout, disrupting the squad and taking it down. Well done.
We walk our path. We walk our path.
At your command.
Scouts here.
In vanilla, in tier 1, I'm not sure, I guess it's pretty balanced in terms of unit strength. Really hard to say who's the best in tier 1. It feels pretty balanced in tier 1. Both Chaos and Space Marines can equip bolters in here. Both Chaos and Space Marines can produce Assault Marines and Raptors. Maybe Orks with the Noble Leaders can make a difference. They would have more HP in tier 1, and they can also have big shooters, very high damage dealing weapons, and even tank rockets launchers on the boys in tier 1. Maybe Orks would have a slight advantage over other races in terms of HP thanks to the Noble Leaders. Might be. Select feeling great in this fight. Gonna take down most of Creative's units once again. Creative decided to engage, he cannot just sit and wait.
This day shall be a glorious.
Huge firepower in here from the Eldar. The Force Commander got stunned once again, and now he was gonna absorb that Mind War. Very good execution of in this fight right here from Select with the abilities. Good positioning on the squads, good usage of the abilities, and that wins him the game once again. Creative is not happy at all. He says Select is not even good. I have to disagree with that. What I have seen from Select today, I probably didn't see in Soulstorm all these years. This level of micro on Eldar and activity in early tier 1, that impressed me, I have to admit. It was very good. A close result, almost identical score on economy. Was even close on military at some point, except Creative lost everything in the end. He had a bigger... no, he had a lower army size. Select lost more Guardians early game. On tech, Select also had more upgrades, no upgrades at all for Creative, and so he loses 2-0 against Select. None of them had enough economy for vehicles. Pyro Luv. You can get vehicles on Eldar in tier 3 in Vanilla Dawn of War. And Creative had no resources to build the machine count and get vehicles out. Okay guys, thank you for joining the stream today. It was fun, thank you for the chat. I will end it right here. Tomorrow I will stream on my main channel, probably Chaos Rising. I guess I'll start a bit earlier since it's weekend. So you can join me tomorrow if you wish, otherwise I will see you probably next week in Expert Clash part 19. For now that's it. Those who are watching in the recording, leave your feedback below the video, leave your like or dislike, subscribe if you enjoy the content. Bye bye.